And we are live. What is up, everyone? Welcome on in. Yo, Dash. What's up? Welcome on in.
Show your badge.
Just to check, is the audio all good? I mean, can you hear my mic and did the alerts go through? Yo, Coburn, what's up? Welcome on in. Thank you for being a fan. Alright. So yeah, this is my first stream with the split audio implemented. So this should be recording in multiple channels now with the game, my mic, and the alerts and different tracks. It should be outputting the stream into track 2, which is the Twitch VOD track. Now the thing is, it might be broadcasting the audio now, but I have to check the VOD playback later if it does record it and plays it back, because my experience with other streamers is that they're saying that they record different tracks. However, when you replay their VOD, their entire VOD is muted. But you know, their broadcast audio is okay. Anyway, all right. Yeah, we're continuing Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are in case 5. All right, thanks, Dash. We are in case 5. We are in the trial part already. Part 1 of the trial. Jeez, how long is this case? So we've done 4 investigation phases last week. We've completed it, and yeah, let's do the trial now. So yeah, let's do this. Alright, so yeah, I remember this text box show up last week. So yeah, when I woke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. All the audio is there, nice. Thanks, Dash. Alright, I'm just worried that my CPU utilization has spiked up to 20% for OBS, but I think it's okay with the setup. However, my problem will be probably later down the line when I do play PC games. So, yeah. Alright, 17th April, 9:32 a.m. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So, where's your friend then? CPU shouldn't be hit too much with multi-tracks. Yeah, it's spiking up to 20% now. Without multi-tracks, this is just like 10%. So, I don't know. Might be the right or something. Anyway. Sorry? You know, earn the fancy dress. Susarta, or however you say it. I don't know. Miss Susata had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, Arya? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susata and I won't meet again one day. Can always switch it back if it gives you trouble. Yeah, but I'll try recording these next couple of streams just to see how, you know, everything goes. But I think so far, CPU-wise, I don't see any like slowdown or anything overall. It's just that it is concerning that it is using 20%, not the usual 10%. Anyway, even so, but you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Oh, it's Iris. And the kitty cat. How are you feeling, Jenny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Show the cat my badge. I bet the cat will eat some piece of evidence and the trial will go haywire. Anyway. Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? Alright, I'm just worried that these are the only things in my court record so far. So... so I only have these two photos. The representation papers, the blood report, the manuscript, and the case notes. So... I don't know how much will be added later. Probably the paper will be added, but yeah. What do you say, Runo, Ginny? Oh well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, the question always gives me that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Wow, rain. You predicted it. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that's good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only good news cancelled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick per splendor. See? How'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Runo will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? Oh, yes. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Oh, paper is in the court record. Nice. Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Okay, time to investigate the paper. Pawnbroker perishes in pick for splendor. How awful. For Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder, right? Yes, something like that if possible. I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial. Protects planet. Isn't that Grossberg? Maybe Grossberg's ancestor. No, that's Windy Bank, the owner of the pawn shop. It does look like Grossberg from afar. That the same? Yep, that's the same. Da 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 da. What's this? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Oh, for a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Oh. Okay, this is interesting. Why is that suddenly in the paper? I mean, in the description for this paper. Which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. That's interesting. Will that come into play later? This will probably come into play later. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. And why are you bringing a gun? I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris? Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Sasato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina, Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Let's go. Alright, yeah, berry smoothie. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. Yep, sip. If I learned anything from my great friend, is that... Actually, I'm wondering, where did his body go? He died on the ship, but... I don't know. 17th April, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, we have a jury. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zieks, my lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. Wow, murder is simple. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded, if I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Wow, that's racist. What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Runo. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Ziek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Valley, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Okay, we have Garadeb the maid, some new guy. The old guy from last trial is actually a doctor. We have typewriter girl. And wait, holy crap, this is like... Isn't this like the Russian, what do you call that? The Russian revolutionary? Why is he suddenly a juror? Alright. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here. Don't you know, chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible, but could I have? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Is something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors, almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random. Random. From London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Yeah, oh wait, was the guy with the thing on his eyes a previous juror I don't recognize? Very well, Lord Van Zeeks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. I never are thou. We need your expert analysis in this case. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. Oh, there he is. The Matt Salorian. This is the first 5 episodes. You know what, Anif, you're right. This is the 5th episodes in the first 5 episodes of Ace Attorney Chronicles. Not bad. Alright, again. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Okay, the question is there an exit wound? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Alright, okay. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Crime scene photo has been entered into the court record. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Ballistic markings! Uh-oh. Well, there's no concept of ballistic markings here yet, so...
Objection!
We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Oh, we have another chalice. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. Calling it now, the chalice does not survive 10 minutes. Alright, it's 7:20. If by 7:30 he doesn't toss it. Alright, crime scene floor has been entered. Windybank's revolver has been entered. Alright, time to examine the evidences. Alright, autopsy report. Coroner Dr. Stevens. Why is the coroner's name there? Name of victim, Pop Windybank, male, occupation, pawnbroker, time of death 1 to 1:30 a.m. 16th April. Reporting party, Rianuskin Naruhodo. Postmortem findings. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy findings. Instant death from a posterior-anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Alright. Crime scene photograph. Why isn't there blood there? Okay, there's blood there. Crime scene floor plan. Okay, revolver. This is Mr. Windybanks' gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windybank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, keep all the pawn articles that were in his care safe. But this one bullet was fired that night and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder, trying to keep the articles safe? Okay, I think that's the only thing. Okay. Alright. I think there's nothing else. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on 16th April of this year. Alright, who are you two? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie, professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. What? What are you looking at me like that for? Don't love me in with you lot. Core blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him, we have. So we're scoring every shady corner of the capital. And thus last night we come across you. The very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? Yes, Nash, yes. That's the very spit of him. So we decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya Big Bruv Sulky. Come on, live it out, you two. Sulky skulkin, and that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they, these three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say. What an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Okay, how can they witness... Wow, he's on a crate. How can they witness it if the door is locked? Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will prevent them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to? Because a Skulkin's never Skulkin. Wow. Get out of it. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gaff's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in. It was, alright. But once we got inside, core blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. No, you didn't. You ran away because you were caught by Ryunosuke. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by the pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. He was walking down Baker Street in small hours, and the door was ajar. See?
Hold it!
Front door of Windy Banks was ajar. You say, what time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, me old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That's pure conjecture. Ha, perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, so that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was... What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't, like we said at the time. Yeah, don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. Unless that's the bloke what looks just like our bub. I said, cut it out! Those chips are getting a chomping today. He never runs out of fish and chips. But once we got inside, Corblimey Lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back. A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windybank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Windybank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true, I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. Alright. Okay, what's this? When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I would think. Oh well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee gripped by fear while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination, my learned Nipponese friend. It would seem as of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward with that night. Thank you, counsels. So I believe you all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. Never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was a bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash. It was. Didn't even have time to pull me jukes out me luck lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing. Wait, more than violence, peace, love, and nipplers. We are not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me jukes out me lucky lockets. So, you'd clearly like us to believe... Eh? Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? Alright, they shot Sholmes. They shot Sholmes. And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed, remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Alright, there was a second gun. Alright, time to check the gun. It's also a revolver. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it. Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windybanks' door. I'll make those brothers pay. That's the only thing I can examine. Alright, the thing here is, okay, there are 2 guns. Windybank's gun only has 1 round, this one has 5 rounds. So assume that this gun hit Sholmes. Now, for Windybank, we don't know where the bullet is. And in addition, there was a bullet in the calendar by the door. So where did that come from? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder in this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Well, I don't need evidence because I was there. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast in your incompetence and move on. Okay, safe scum time. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the pawnbrokers that night? Okay, could this be it? I have no choice. I think this is just it. Yep.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples that we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Alright, what page is this again? Page 1. Alright. Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded the firearm at the scene? Which sample shows the men fired the shot in the pawnbrokery? Alright, I think this is the only thing we have because...
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery at the time of the incident, at the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Alright, so this bullet was the one shot at Sholmes. Then. Yes, your lordship notice. The bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that the separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar has been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Yeah! Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? He's gonna crush the chalice. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? Interesting. There we go. Sorry, Coburn 742. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Hey, take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybank at all. So that's it. Wow. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me, don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. Well, that's a lot of photographs. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. Alright. So one near the counter, one near the entrance. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help in the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on the camera. That's a bit of Friar Tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves a skulkin. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord! Oh my god, wait, that is Gina. Holy crap. It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured gun in hand facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Photograph of Jean has been entered into the court record. Alright, meant to examine. Excuse me. Alright, looks like nothing's weird. Is that Gina in fact? That's the question. There's Windy Bank, there's a doll. There's a skull, there's a dog, this is the cat photo. Alright. Oh, what am I doing? Back. I don't believe it, Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windybank. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Oh god, he's gonna say guilty, then we're gonna have an summation examination. Took a volley bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading the small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words, one for all and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes, that is the Garideb Squadron's position, sir. What? No! It's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, man, on the double. His lordship insists on a promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry, brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 Summation examination time. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph, it must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Alright, we are gonna begin the summation examination. In a bit. However, ads will start in 1 minute. I will take a very quick break. Ads will run, so I do hope you do stick around during the ad break. As always, if you don't want to stick around during the ad break, maybe just get up and stretch, get water, etc., etc. But I'll be back in around 3 minutes time. So ads will run, and I will BRB. Wow. Dummy. Jeez. Damn, shouldn't like that bridge bring me to the other side? Okay, so hit on off, then go back. Oh, I was in the red state, so now I'm in the blue state. So this is probably gonna break now, right? Oh, yup. CP1. Oh, you have the boom boom. Wait, where's boom boom? There. Nice. Oh. That. Oh, that was so good. Holy crap. When you were expecting like a shellmet, you suddenly get a boot in the face. Oh. No. I still had that. What? That is so good. Holy shoot. You're there. And we back. All right. Thanks everyone for sticking through that ad break. Coburn, thank you so much for that message. All right. We examine this bitter jury. Let's go. The jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket Tien. As a housemate, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission, a verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused's hands the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention the sprint. I take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the volley trigger. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. Which means there's more to this situation than that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Alright, let's find holes.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsuma's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heat to break the news to June yet. Bad enough that the old girls clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dashed certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial and less the juror number 2. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores and promptly rigorously eliminated. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps? Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slumps would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rant's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright, I shall amend my statement. Alright. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective.
Hold it!
I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Whether it was the thieves or the pickpurse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind isn't going to be easy. Bruno. It was one of those 2 brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it? Yes, without question. Well then, I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps you can use this maid statement to help us somehow, do you think? Yes, maybe. Let's listen to carefully what each juror has to say first. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying that is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old, seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before, it's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Alright, wait. He says look at it in stereo. So, can we though? I mean, there's only one photo. You should have a second photo, right? Anyway.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. Yo, Tashemi, what's up? Welcome on in. How are you doing? A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. You exist? Welcome on in. Good to see you. Was gonna start Ace Attorney for soonish. Nice. Are you gonna do it via the trilogy? The new trilogy that just dropped last week? Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. Yeah, nice. I also have the new trilogy. I'm gonna play Ace Attorney 6 after I finish the first part of Chronicles. So that's gonna happen soon, hopefully by next week once we finish these cases. I already played the first 5 games in the past, so I'm just waiting to play the 6th. So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. Yo, Neff! What is up? Welcome on in. How are you doing? Whose emote is that? Oh, it's Hollowitz. Alright, I thought it was Purpses because it was a purple bird. How are you doing, Neff? Good to see you. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing. Went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not, you'd say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. Someone needs to retire. Yeah, he's getting old. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing really. That's one way of putting it, the other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Alright. You're having a free Monday off, nice. Well, it's from work done on last on-call week, but still. Yeah, that's good. That's good you have a compensated time off. So welcome in. So let's try to solve this case together. Alright, mind made up, stop. No, back. Press.
Hold it! it!
Hope I'm doing well. Yes, I am doing good, thank you. Yeah, this is my usual stream time. I'm taking a few weeks off of Mario and yeah, just trying to play Ace Attorney. You love all of these jurors. Yeah, I'm quite shocked that Mr. Revolutionary is juror number 6. That will be an interesting press later. Sorry, radio transmission, what do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Where's Monkey Island? The question is, will there be a Monkey Island 7? We'll see. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electric signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You're well informed, young lady. Hehe. But cables will soon be a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airways to 4 corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. Wasn't she a typist in the previous case? And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Okay. What are you saying?
Excuse me.
Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? What sort of court of law is this? This is the Ace Attorney Court of Law, where everything is crazy and you can cross-examine a parrot in court. Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you just not use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon. I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sorts of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never noticed before. What? Have you got any? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Yeah, we do. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Okay, the question is this the photograph of Gina or the 2 photos I had earlier?
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you. Oh no, I don't have it. Ah, shoot.
Take that!
Wait, sorry. What do you mean one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Bruno, what? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? Alright. Okay, so alright. One for the left eye and one for the right. Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No, no, no. I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a
Zyko 1 skill issue.
Yo, Neff, holy crap. Thank you for the 13 months. Wow, that's more than a year. Holy crap. Thank you, Neff. Alright, you already also have VIP, so I usually give VIPs to those who, go more than a year. But yeah, thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. Now you can use the skill issue emote. Alright, 2 prints. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Haha! Alright, now he's so excited. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? All we need is another shot from a slightly different location and we could see the scene in 3 dimensions. Alright, he changed his statement. Can it really show up new clues though? Don't know unless you try. How about the sprint here? Okay, I still don't have another print. Alright. Ah, okay, damn it. Alright.
Take that!
I like the first MVP combination, you're a fan. Yep, I know. And if you also have the partner badge or use the turbo badge, it makes a very good gradient. Alright, I'm just trying to combine these two with my eyes, but I really can't do it. I think this is very more suited for the 3DS. Alright, so it seems that I have to press this juror again. Alright, yada yada yada. We already knew that. Then she's gonna start talking about stereoscopes. They're just silly toys. Don't spare any feelings, will you? So why exactly do you think that the defendant is guilty? It's quite simple. We haven't been shown a scrap of evidence to suggest that she isn't the culprit. And just as radio waves dash through the skies faster than the eye can see, so we should dash to the conclusion of this trial and stop pandering on indecision. In Motherland, we never say, please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Da. I believe there is such rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine, just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Yo, Annual, what's up? Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Dah. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all what I want to say. London kinda sucks. Sorry, Londoners. Wishes. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Allegedly. Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. Must be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Alright. Alright, save scum time. Alright. Who can we... Those brothers are... Another shot. Okay. I think it's 2 and 6, right?
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord! Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement contradictory? Contradict. C-O-N... Surdrome. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Okay. Abdomen. Now. And then the surgeon was operating on the abdomen, so... Surely you're not gonna... Persona 8 Aniv. Oh. Surely you're not gonna tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Abdomen. A-B-D. Sir. Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before, we've never done nothing, but truth is, they shot detective. Duh, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Hey, you're not a native speaker too? So am I. English is not my first language. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough, I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. It should be a requirement to understand English. Yup. Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. Sorry? With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder... If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Tut-tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. Alright, now I can present this to juror number 3. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Nice. Yay! Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be one more. There must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. Which languages do you learn in the Philippines? Yeah, obviously we have Filipino or Tagalog as the native language. Well, at least here in Manila where I live. And we have English as the medium of instruction in schools. Well, at least in the school I went to. So, yeah. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. Alright, the question is that second photograph... Wait. Did I not get that as part of the... And kindly hand that new photograph. Okay, thank you. Post-shooting photograph has been entered into the court record. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Alright, so... It's the lamp. I think it's the lamp. Yep, it's the lamp. It's definitely the lamp. Or the lamp has been broken. Okay, now I think we can present these two photos to juror number 3.
Take that!
I know enough German to send people in the wrong direction if they ask me for the way to someplace. I know a little bit of French because we had foreign languages as an elective back in college or university. So I know a very little bit of French and very little bit of Japanese. Those were the 2 foreign language classes I took. Your French is terrible. My French is also terrible. I forgot most of it. I forgot most of them already. Save for a few phrases.
Take that!
You know, a little bit of Japanese through anime and some basic food things. Nice. Yeah, I should actually try to find my notes back then. I think I have my French notes here with me, but I think my Japanese notes I left in my parents' house. Ça va? Oui, ça va. Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera in Windybanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. To the left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the position of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the two images together, in your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. If that small shift between certain objects in two pictures, that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera. Go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Yup. It's the lamp. It's definitely the lamp. Well, obviously when the bank and Jean aren't there, it's the lamp. So the doll, the skull, the scale, candlesticks are still there. The dog photo, the ledger's still there. The quill is still there. The notepad and the clipboard is still there. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. I can't. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. I cannot, my god. But I know it's the lamp. Okay, can I do it without my glasses? Ouch. Chatman's and orange. Wait. I think this is more helpful with the 3DS. Ang chat manch un orange. One chat something and orange. I don't know. I saw it. What's going on with these two pictures? Wait, it's not that. Wait, is that it? No, I think it should be the lamp, right? Just do that before you do a lower resolution. Oh, I should like shift from HD into lower resolution so the pictures are bigger. Thank you, Aniv. Fish is missing. Yeah, is missing in them. True. Yes, that's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the juice do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see the pictures three-dimensionally. In other words... Oh! I think I get it. Yes. If you look at the notes... Yeah, if you look at the notes in the left, one is like overlapping the bench. The other, it was pushed further. Aside from that, it's also the lamp, right? Even though at first glance it seems that the objects on the counter haven't been moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fella? Come, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? You know, Runo, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items in the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zookers! Someone tampered? New information, stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, stop. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Shoot. Is it these two or Gina or Pop?
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull jukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrasebook says jukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpurse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windybank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpurse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Why are there so many children in court? I don't think the maid is a child, but anyway. Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam, no better, in fact worse than a pickpurse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against by her two thieves? Well said. I for one would like to hear more from that shady pair. He bonked his head. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree, stop. Must purchase after trial, stop. Will return home via Regent Street, stop. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Runo. You'll never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Alright, what does the stereoscope do? You have to pop your two prints in here to start with, you see. And then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing to get right is the position of the two prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. So should I now, like... Oh, look at that. It's totally changed shape. Just from one little button press. Well, that's what the button is for, Runo. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons. Don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Wow. Says the 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? Alright, can I now put 2 photos? Wait, that's it? Okay, fine. You'll instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. TBC. End of trial part 1. Alright. Let's continue. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Core, blimey! It's going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windybanks. Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me jukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers... On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. And a thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Illegal entry, the whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had the chance, did we? Alright, but you shot Holmes. Or Sholmes, rather. So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop on the night in question. Or not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't they make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windbanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't trifling.
Hold it!
Gotta do things, have a good one, Psycho. Hey, no worries, Neff. Thank you for dropping by, I really do appreciate it. And thanks again for the resub. Thank you for the 13 months. I really do appreciate it as well. So yeah, have a good rest of your day and I will see you around. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Excuse me. Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of your lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Yep. That's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. We more like we tidied the place up. Sorry. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. They're like Mario and Luigi. So who's Mario, the shorter one? So what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Actually, you're right. Yeah, they do look like Mario and Luigi. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up that bang. Big bruv ears screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell all over the counter. Yeah, big brother. This is Luigi. The other guy's Mario. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse and then all of a sudden, bam. Okay, you're suddenly eating a lot of fish and chips here, buddy.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, not something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it. Only, well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still, I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we've heard a voice yelling out, "Gimme that gun."
Hold it!
Alright. So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Gov, we did. Although I suppose if you're being honest, we'd heard the kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. Yep, just as a note, ads will start in around 5 minutes, so I do hope you do stick around for those ads. I won't be taking a break this time. I will be continuing this game, considering I do have to drop out at around 10 my time, which is in about an hour. So yep, thanks very much. Alright, if you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam! Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from, could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windybank? On my granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. So it was Windybank who said that, not Gina. Alright. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Nah, we didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke and all the fancy clobbers given us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On my granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them all over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget, we tidied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. Okay, so this was changed. Definitely, so...
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windybank had the gun in his hands? Okay, wait. They're saying that Windybank had the gun. But how would they know if he's behind the storeroom? Two of them two waving them guns at each other must have gotten pretty heated. I mean, just before she shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot," didn't really sound like immediate meant it mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. But Gina had that revolver, right? People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That's someone being himself, of course. Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Will certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger on the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cook this goose proper. Yo, Fries, what's up? Welcome on in. Good evening, how are you doing? Bet he wished he'd squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Yes, wait, this is the same thing. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying up the place.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Alright, ads are gonna start. So ads will be starting, so I do apologize for that. So yeah, hope you do stay around during the ad break. Again, if you don't want ads, I suggest you do get turbo, but if you do want to sub, it helps out the channel a lot. Alright, it went deathly quiet after that, it did put the wind up right me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course, it was locked from inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some sort of other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom, like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day... we'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as you know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Alright, there was a door in the storeroom door. Ad break Saturn. I'm sorry, Fries. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right. Could have even if we'd wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him.
Hold it!
Back. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own guns at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah. We was a bit hasty there. I'll gift you a sub when you love you enough. If I also have the budget to gift subs. We wasn't Ash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaken like a leaf when your lot turned up. That's how it works, right? Streamer gives subs, right? No. That's why I'm not pushing for subbing, because I can't gift. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, my mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental node, mate, miss. And if you're a VIP. After that, we legged it down the street, but... Apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or summit, so they clapped into the Darbies on us like Winkin. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, done it, eh? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
You probably had. The thing is, you might have actually been inside. Okay, the thing is, you could have probably been inside. And then when Gina came in... No, wait. You made Gina unconscious, then planted her body, then locked the storeroom from outside? I don't know. The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom. Alright, everyone, welcome back from ads. So, yeah, basically we're still pressuring the witnesses and we still don't know what to present to them come the time. Okay, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. But it's like, my God, my nose is itchy again. It's like it's contradicting that they know the voice of the of Windybank, not unless they just assume that it's a male voice and a female voice. You got it, mister. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry. People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Fuck feelings. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Alright, so... I think... Okay. The hint was that there's a contradiction somewhere. It wasn't there's a contradiction somewhere, so better present something. It says, trust your feelings. So it looks like that I have to like press the entire testimony again. Now take note, this happened like a couple of weeks ago in one of the cases wherein I tried pressing each statement. I tried presenting evidence in each statement, yet nothing came up. Yet when I repressed the entire testimony again, there was suddenly a reaction the second time I went through. So that must be what I need to do. Alright, so we are repressing the statements just to see if there's a reaction from somebody. Press these nuts.
Hold it!
Okay, this is weird. It seems like the reaction to this testimony and the other testimony is the same. Okay, is it not like... Is it not showing some like...
Excuse me!
Is it not showing now the exclamation point when there's no reaction? Okay, it was the same. They reacted the same way here.
Hold it!
Okay, this is still the same.
Hold it!
God, this pressing is so long.
Hold it!
Okay. Actually, now that you mention it, if you like do this here, you can see this shifting. You can see those two items shifting. His name is Wendy Banks. Yes. Does that like give any reference to some British things that I may not know of? Not more. I have no proof. Well, feelings can be very logical. You got no clue, but it sounds very posh. Alright. We did knock a few things, but we weren't rifling for nothing. Just before the gunshot, we heard the voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Okay, the thing is there was only one. It didn't have give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it in escapewards. Okay, no. I think I need to present this photo because it was Gina who was holding the gun.
Objection!
Okay, yep, that's right. Music stopped. So you're saying on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windy Bank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Guff. You've got the picture. We have another picture. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not in possession of a firearm of any description. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Do right, Nash, do right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely, because there was only one gun. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel. And heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Wait, what? Okay, at least I didn't get punished there. Okay, they also won't be able to get...
Hold it!
Damn it. No, they all... The shooter, whoever they are, also wouldn't be able to get these two because there was only one round in the gun. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the black.
Objection!
Damn it, it's not. Damn it. Okay, I think we need to present... Okay, one thing is the gun only has one bullet, but they also have a gun so they can retaliate.
Objection!
Damn it. No, we didn't have a chance. You had like you had your own gun.
Objection!
What? This is wrong. Are you serious? Okay. Should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Did I already present the gun?
Objection!
Damn it. Save scum. Okay, what do I have as evidence that I could present to these two?
Objection!
Okay, I just need to present this again so that at least I have that state triggered.
Objection!
Hold it!
Okay, looks like the statement changed. No, statement's still the same. Give me that gun, bam. He was thinking the shooter would come out of the door and get us next. But the thing is... door was locked from the inside, right?
Objection!
Damn it, it's not. Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, we never had the chance. Stuff everything back. Give me a fright. Shouldn't have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me the gun."
Objection!
Damn it, it's not this one. Okay, I tried presenting the photographic print here. It didn't render a penalty, but it was wrong. The shooter would have come out of the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had a chance, did we? But you had your gun. And presenting that was wrong. I have a feeling it's either this statement, or this statement. Wait, what? Okay, this is weird. This suddenly has a window. And then this doesn't have a window. Are you seeing it? Okay, check here. This doesn't have a window. And this suddenly has a window. You saw that an hour ago. Oh my god. Alright. So it means you did have the chance. Oh my god. This is still not the statement. Alright. So I have a feeling I need to present this second photograph. Alright, the question is, does the window play into this one?
Objection.
Damn it, still not it. Okay. Firearm found in the possession. Single round was fired. That was the Shroom's bullet. Gun belonged to the victim. The Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. Signs of a single discharge. Plan of when the Banks has scene of the crime shows the relative positions of the main shop near the storeroom. Heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." He was holding a gun, so she should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Objection. Objection.
No, damn it. What is the freaking thing I have to present here and here? Alright, so I'm thinking this time it might be...
Hold it.
Might be another reaction, probably. God, this is a very long press.
Hold it!
Like their actions are so like the the dialogue in between presses are so long. And they have these like animations sometimes that's like so over the top. Okay, the thing is, this acting for the gun happens in two statements. Okay, I can't present a profile, so... Okay, so it's only one of these 5 possible things, right?
Hold it!
Okay, the thing is, alright. The two of them waving the guns at each other, so... Was there another gun in question? But there... The bloke that owned the place was holding a gun.
Objection!
If I present that gun, it's wrong.
Objection!
Oh my freaking god. Sorry, I'm safe scumming. Yeah, he was holding a gun. So if he was shot, then the crime scene photo should have him holding the gun or at least near him.
Objection!
Jesus, why didn't I think of that? So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was holding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not holding a firearm of any description.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windybank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hands. Yeah, that mall tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bang! Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are right there. If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? It should be this one.
Take that!
I believe this is all the proof you need.
Objection!
Fortunately not. I require proof that actually proves something you see. It would appear that you have failed to grasp even the bare bones of this case. Perhaps your level of intellect is better suited to the theatrics of those witnesses than advocacy. Kind of thing. Wanna take the stage of us, eh? You could be skulky if you like. What? That was a very long penalty. If the counsel for the defense still wishes to pursue his career in the courts, Lord Van Zeeks. Okay, wait. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the final moments? Yeah, he was shot from the back.
Take that!
Yeah, he was shot from the back. The witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously or so we've been led to believe. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, if I could ask the court to study the photograph of the victim's body again, you can clearly see that Mr. Windybank was in fact shot from behind. So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skulkin. But it's the God's one's truth. It is Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. How? It's the window. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun? Somewhat like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, yeah! Order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. I might understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies. Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out! If you blab now, you know what I'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bruv, come on, the game's up. But it'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. What? We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what had happened, I swear. Alright, this testimony is very confusing. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. Alright, so just...
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank. Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously, but we never thought no one was gonna come out the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom. Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place where he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Wendy Bang into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What that mall tooler couldn't tell ya. No way, Cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Wendy Bank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Wendy Bank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey lummy, a great ugly barrely ad pointed straight at me front this piece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Wendy Bank with the gun at that time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it, I mean. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. You knocked over a load of books and a candlestick and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette but knocked over a picture frame. Okay, that was earlier. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Bravir went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him. You did, Nash, you did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There's a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back into the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Wendy Bank. He did everything he could to protect his shop. I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. No. Your gun was still with you because you used that to shot Sholmes. And you actually admittedly said earlier that you shot Sholmes. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Wendy Bank? Never, I was just, looking out for me, bruv, weren't I? It was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran up through that door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark, something that doesn't quite ring true. Because I wonder why Mr. Wendy Bank ran away into the storeroom. Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Gina allegedly used Mr. Wendy Banks' gun to threaten him and to force open the storeroom door, in which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Wendy Banks' hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is me and me Bravir. We had nothing to do with the killing. I'm killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. You see, he had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person, which was Gina. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face-to-face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windybank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention? In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. Okay, I think this is the actual path that I should take. The victim was killed inside the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened. It would change Gina's prospects hugely. So, Knight, time for some clarity. Show the court in this plan the answers to the questions by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Okay, I was thinking he was fired from here.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location. And in answer to the second question, the culprit fired from the location indicated where was the victim at the time. The victim was inside the room.
Take that!
Of course, he made him that round. From outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windybank died instantly from a bullet wound inside his back. Alright, I do apologize, ads are running. So I hope you do stay around during this 3 minutes. And yeah. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, doesn't it appear that the body was moved after death? Which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony. Alright, so, okay, this seems correct unless they really scripted that this would be a big fail later on. I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Windybank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Okay, this is where that second photo will come in along with the window. That these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back room once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. So which means it could have also been the other guy. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away, so even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Windybank. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room? Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, Counsel. Present your hypothesis to the course. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Okay, sorry. There's a window there by that time, so somebody could fit through the window though. Or he was shot via the window. Okay, I have probably two chances here, so it's...
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storm at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Come on. Yes, that's a tricky one, that isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course, Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean... those two burglars had just fired the gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windybank must have had heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, say, that's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windybank fell into the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybanks' murder. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? Should have known it was those three brothers. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not. Oh no. What now? An admirable effort, my learned friend. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. That's some deep words. The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground. The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. It's the gun that Gina is holding. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. Alright, yep, it's the gun. Oh dear, he noticed then. Huh? Counsel. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life, and the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Okay, that's also the question. Where is the first bullet? We know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Indeed it does, a single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yet if a single bullet was fired from the brother's gun, it means Windybank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Order! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc! I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilded down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm so sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc, McGilded's disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank, the accused attempted to make off with this article which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I may add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence counsel. A grim testament to the... Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zykes at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my cases. Your warning is noted, thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Okay, so I have the disc again. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Will we have another summation examination? I had the jury on my side for once for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Lol, yes, Kappa. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer is bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no, not another. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's
Guilty.
culpability.
Guilty.
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 Oh my god. Like the doctor's just banging his head, damn it. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garrideb Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. Okay, why are you still worried about the operation, damn it? The accused attempted the thief on the previous day. I can see I'm in for publicity ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Alright, that's interesting to what you said, Villain Bolshevik. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Robs want to press juror 6 first? Really? But prosecutors being mean. Just because Jenny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Geez, how many chalices do you have? Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. That's how many he has. Just how much coffee cups Godo has in TNT. Yes, my lord. Okay, I'll just press them in order.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Well... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly, tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. But you have the like duplicate, right? Okay, let's examine old music box disc. Okay. She's gonna like... Green blood? Wait, that color... It's just that green, it's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Wait, who has the green blood again? Wasn't it Sholmes? Okay. No. Okay, so... Alright. This is the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we are unaware, I would have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene, could that be possible? Okay. I can't prove it yet. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. And she should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me. A 3rd bullet. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? Don't need the stereoscope to see the truth here. So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures. A left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions, exactly like this. If you have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. Maybe check the evidence. Okay, first bullet was allegedly still in the body. The second bullet was, I think, the one from Sholmes, which probably hit the no. The calendar? Alright. I'll go back to that later. Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Well, then surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? Did it shoot through his body? You know you're... Alright. I wanna hear Mr. Ballistics expert.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet has simply vanished from his stomach. So he operated Sholmes. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering all about this time, you were operating on... What is the fellow's name now? Herlick? No, Herlock. No, Hairlock. Herlock Sholmes by any chance. Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow. You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. Okay. I had to state the obvious, but... surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct. As is clearly shown in this photographic print, the bullet that Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region. Then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. That's too high. That would make juror number 4 involved in the case and be dismissed in real court. Yep, true. Same with like the previous case wherein the maid was involved. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. What do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over like a pancake. Or are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. Oh my god, okay, this is getting suspicious. So I'm thinking that the bullet by the calendar was the bullet from Windy Bank because like it's too high up and that could have probably been the trajectory. Now the question is, how did they transfer the body to the storeroom, if ever? Wouldn't it still be in its clothes or in his body still? Probably, but that's the point. Bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. There was no exit wounds. There was no exit wound, which is exactly why I said about slicing on up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery on how this jury was put together. The mystery of where that bullet ended was infuriating. Where's an expert when you will? Okay, I can now like put you and juror number 6 together. Because yeah, if ballistics expert is over there, he might mention something about the exit wound. Mr. Sholmes, the surgeon, is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. Well, there's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot. Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, doctor? He was in a bad way. He'd lost a huge amount of blood, you know. And I suspect he was shot at quite close range too. Because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry. Alright. Okay. Also, photograph. Had this as well. Okay, there was no sign of an exit wound, which is why I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient. Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because if it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers, how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. There were some expert in ballistics who could help even if he looked extremely untrustworthy. Wow. That was a leading statement. The accused attempted the theft on the previous day. I can see it. I'm in for a busy day ahead. What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say stop. Do excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer. Stop. Communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I think I know what the answer was if you want to hint. No hints for now. I want to try to solve this on my own. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles cable under the sea, stop. Worldwide communication network, stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe, stop. Yes, she was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I'm ballistic expert.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistic expert. Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps. Those. Extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult to talk. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullet and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know, no mystery I cannot solve. But, if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though he is. No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Van Zieks has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. We need more material, and we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Alright, so it's 4 and 6. Okay,
Objection!
those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Ooh, a ballistic expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. He is Villain. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. Villain. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain in freezing cold. The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. In Mother Russia, you don't get hit by bullet. Bullet get hit by you. But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Where exactly was Runo shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals he uses in his investigation. Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, The fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, while I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness, I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well, while extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Sherlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the right in question, is it? Look at that! One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin Brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim but was deflected into wall of shop. Okay, that still doesn't answer the question of the third bullet. No, right? Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. That has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Wasn't it closely shot too? Yes. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Youth's best bear in the conundrum just solved. The court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. Now, the summation examination. Alright. There's the bullet. This file has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in the file, there would have been a really big explosion. Big explosion? Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. But they're also quite tricky to handle safely, at least. Oh. There's a hole here at the back. It doesn't look like much of a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch. I can clearly see the fucking bullet, damn it. I can clearly see the fucking bullet. Why aren't you like... Oh my god. Does this trigger later? It appears the defense is some... Okay, you open it. Where must be where the bullet hit then? Let me see. Oh my freaking god. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Did you see it? The Skulkin Brothers bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. There were 3 bullets fired at Windy Banks that night. We found exactly what that juror was talking about. 3rd bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. The 3rd bullet. A projectile we discovered lodged in Mr. Sholmes' pouch. Okay, fine, freaking Lee. It's the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Excuse me, sorry. Had to go through in the hospital. I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Alright. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord. A little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. Could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow, I'm sure of it. Okay, let's press Mr. Gaga. The next thing I ask you to reconsider your leaning, sir. No, that's another matter entirely. Sorry. All I can think about for the moment is this wonderful sense of relief I have that the mystery is solved. I need some time to let that sink in before I could possibly consider anything else. Alright. While he savors his inner peace and focus on some of the other jurors. Okay, where is... It was the maid, right?
Hold it!
Da. Yeah, you're talking about stealing service vessels. I can prove it. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windy Banks, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It was clearly visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windybang and that belonged to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right, we now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible truth inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter, what? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Yo, JR, what's up? Witnesses? Governor? Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble, simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Mario and Luigi are looking pretty sweaty now. Make of it, Gov. Is it one of yours? God blimey, Gov. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Hey, what? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the two of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. Where's Phoenix, right? He wasn't born yet at this time. Lummy, that's an Ed Scratcher? Counsel for the defense. Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. Picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. Could they have had another gun? Save scum. Okay, my only thought is that if they had another accomplice, he should have been in the scene of the crime. So my thinking is there's a third gun. And that the brothers must have been possession of another gun. We know that only 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms already in the court record. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that the brothers were working with an accomplice. An accomplice who was carrying a gun. What? Okay, so if you select either, you'll probably come with the same solution. I mean, it's the same dialogue. Pigs will. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands an answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof. Evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. Defense is... I'm unable to present answers. The defense is... unable to complete a sentence, it would seem. Much less provide any credible answers here. Yes, it would appear so. Very well, this trial will now... Wait. Please, good gracious counsel. I have to keep the momentum going here. I can't give up now. It's just like scientific research if you ask me. Sorry. When you start doubting yourself and thinking you can't possibly work something out, you become blind. Even though in truth, the answer you're looking for is right there in front of you. The answer is right here in front of me? My lord, Actually, the defense would like to present answers to the questions posed by the prosecution. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. Okay, safe scum time. But your earlier tongue-tie display will not go unpunished. What? In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question and the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Okay, this bullet was for the... It's the disc. Because there was green blood. I mean, the blood analysis was green, which means...
Take that!
My learned friend has a knack for it, my lord. Okay, I'm still wrong. I'm gonna burn out my hard drive with all these game saves, yeah. Okay, wait. No, it's not the disc. It's the blood sample.
Take that!
Okay. That portfolio again, isn't it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? Okay, we don't know who this is. Mr. Greenblood.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a blood stain, my lord. Green blood? Curious even for you? Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. By the great detective? New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank. Ah, striking blue. Yes, so you see the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be some from unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windybank was killed. Therefore, we can't assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Alright, I think I know it, who it is. It's this guy. Because the disc was wiped from him. His bloodstain was on the disc and it's also green.
Take that!
The man's name is Egert Benedict. Egbert Benedict, who on earth are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit. Okay, I'll just snooze this for the meantime. On the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. Yep, alright. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broka? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. Alright, so... Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Wendy Bank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorded gubbinses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Wendy Bank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before. On my life, Gov, on my life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. Alright, the question is, do I show the disc or do I show the portfolio? This is the last piece of evidence. I had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Alright, I'm gonna save scum, but I'm gonna save scum and use a lot. Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in the photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Alright, I think it's now the music box disc. Yep. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Wendy Banks. Which was when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared in the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession. That's correct, my lord. Alright, I'll just snooze this last. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Very well. Wait a minute, that disc, it's mine! Ah! Being a music box disc, it adds countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. It's also green blood. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Wendy Banks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. You're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in the air. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's presence.
Dash back seats with. Present your badge.
I only have 2 penalties left, Dash. I can't do that. This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Dash, why are you still up? Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. Actually, the question is why I'm still up. I want to finish this part. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... Okay, here's Mr. Boots now. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' intention is going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, we can still summation it. The examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief, what did you just say, young girl? And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you said, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd recess of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings on this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I am sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. Okay, I'll just snooze this one last time. If we go to ads, I'm sorry for that. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Coburn 64 backseats with. Up yours, Van Zonts. Or whatever his name is.
Oh, alright. That was 4/6. Alright. That's interesting. So who called guilty was Doctor and
Objection.
Miss Telegraph. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted in the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. Van shrieks. This trial will continue. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. That was a fake name? Oh yeah, Now that I remember it, his cane had the initials AG. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes, this one you mean, of Mr. Benedict. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say, you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? Good gracious, okay. This is weird, like, everyone's connected to like someone in the case. Juror number 5, how on earth? I am communications officer, stop. As you can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is stop. Also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. Oh, a very talented operator in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping away on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't really seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. Alright, it seems we're gonna go into recess. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery and the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well, court is adjourned up until 1:40 p.m. To be continued. Oh god, there's another part. Alright. We'll end it here for now. I went way on too long, but we'll continue this next time. Alright, let's save. Alright, hurry up. Okay, I can override that now. Anyway. Alright. Okay, everyone, thank you very much. That will be it for the night. Holy crap, that went way too long. So, there's one more part to this. We'll continue this, I don't know if it's tomorrow or Thursday. So, tomorrow I'm planning to do the Looker, which is the Witness parody. But if I don't do that, we'll probably continue this. But yeah, I'll see by tomorrow what I feel like playing. Hopefully it doesn't screw up my CPU utilization considering, yeah, this CPU util is quite higher than usual since I started splitting tracks, but we'll see. Anyway, again, everyone, thanks very much. So yeah, that was fun. Hopefully we could finish this by this week, then do Ace Attorney 6 by next. Anyway, as always, please do check out the socials. Twitter and YouTube, we are so close to 500 subs in YouTube. I really want to get that before March. But anyway, thanks again. So yeah, let's find someone to raid quickly since I have 3 minutes left. Okay, who's playing Ace Attorney? Alright, I don't think anyone in English is playing Ace Attorney, so I think let's just raid tonight. Trade just started up, right? Yeah, let's raid 3. Let's quickly raid 3. I know it's very late already, but yep, let's go raid plain old raid. Anyway, I will need to head out because it's like 11 p.m. here and I need to get to bed. Anyway, everyone, thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day, rest of your night, and I will see you all next time. Bye.